It has never failed. There's so much support when the support is needed. Thank you very much to you political parties for employing conscientious employees to this community. Colleagues, we are now moving on with our agenda. Our agenda is for only one item or two items. The first one is the hearing with the Department of Health. The second item will be the adoption of the study report of the finance portfolio community. Ngiyakhumbula ngibhalelwe yikho for 3 days. That was the bad thing. That was the bad thing. Someone dodged and let me bypass the answer. Colleagues, we are now checking if we are in agreement with this agenda or want to add the other items. Yes, Honorable, my offer will be followed by the hand of Honorable Sulu. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the
So I'm just getting the instruction that we are not audible enough to the people in virtual platforms. And they are requesting that the mics come closer to us so that our colleagues in virtual platform will be able to hear us. Yes, Honorable Sulu.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are moving faster. We are moving to item number 5 of our agenda. I don't know whether it was given to the department. And this item is requesting the Honorable MEC to make remarks. You know why we do so? It's because we love what he is legislating in case of the cabinet to accompany the departments, because you have got a clear understanding that in terms of the IAG, you provide the first line of oversight. So portfolio committee also come in, but the member of the executive council is doing so. So thank you very much, Mr. We're handing over to you for your remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Chair. I also congratulations. Good morning to all the colleagues, all the honorable members, and everyone else who's following us in the virtual meeting. Let me appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee today. I know it is not a right the committee provided, and we appreciate it. The first thing I wanted to indicate is that the Department of Health continues to face very difficult or a bleak financial situation. However, we try to survive, the department tries to survive within that kind of environment. With that said, I think I should note and appreciate the fact that this financial year, for the current financial year, the department, there was no cut according to as has been faced by all the other departments. I think the Department of Health and the Department of Education, this financial year, where there has been no baseline cut on our allocation. With that said, Chair, that still does not contribute, and it goes absolutely nowhere towards what was taken away from the department. As of last financial year, the financial year we are ending now, we face something close just above 7 billion rand cuts, and what has been given back to us is about 1 billion or 1.5. So yes, we appreciate that, but it goes nowhere near what needs to be challenged, what the challenge that are faced by the department. However, with that said, I think it is important that we acknowledge that the government, not just in the province and national as well, is beginning to understand that a top slicing that is equal in all departments don't necessarily have the desired effect, because if you cut 2% from the Department of Health and cut 2% from any other department, I don't want to mention the departments because I'm looking down on it on other departments. But 2% for the Department of Health and the 2% for any other departments are never the same. When you had 2% for the Department of Health, and actually take a chunk of the budget compared to what other departments are actually facing. So the fact that now with those that are allocating finances have actually realized the predicament that we are faced with, I think we should appreciate it. I had an engagement with the Minister of Finance, Chair, on Sunday, and I must say I had a very nice opportunity and every time talk to him about a few issues. And one of the things he himself raised was the fact that when he got into Treasury, he discovered that officials and treasurers, they don't consider departments according to their needs. When they cut, they used to cut equal amounts across the board. And this changed that this financial year. I think we should continue to appreciate it. With that said, Chair, when we look at the budget speech of the minister this year, he made a commitment. And it's a commitment I told him on Sunday that I am literally hanging on to his word. He made a commitment, Honorable Marshal of Power, he made a commitment that said, when he made his budget speech, he made a commitment that says the COVID-19 staff, in as much as we have not been allocated anything like that, and he's making a commitment that none of the provinces should let go of the staff. He's going to find the budget or the money for that staff. So I thought that I should raise the matter in the portfolio committee, Chair, because when HOTNC are giving a presentation, the portfolio committee will realize that we have close to 1.5 or 1.7 billion rand just on the COVID-19 staff that has not been budgeted for. But we need, because in COVID staff, when we started, members would remember we had about 14,000 that we had employed, and some we have been absorbing through the normal systems of the department. We are now left with about 5.5 that are still on the contract. Now you can imagine letting go of 5,500 staff members in the department, where it's actually even less than the staff that we need in our department, in our facilities. So the commitment made by the minister, Chair, comes as a serious lifeline to the Department of Health, because if we were to let go of the 5,000 and odd number, it means literally the majority of our hospitals will have to close down. And in trying to rationalize, we might have been faced with a situation where we say this hospital must close so that the staff that goes to that hospital. And it's not something that is desirable, it's something that is welcome, particularly in a province like KwaZulu-Natal, which is rural, very vast, people travel a lot of kilometers for them to be able to access health services. So we really appreciate the commitment made by the minister. On Sunday, when we engaged with him, I did ask that, okay, the commitment has been made, when are we getting the money? And so did the Premier, by the way. He indicated that, well, he has made the commitment, he's looking for the money right now, and in a short space of time, he will be coming back to us. So for me, it's the commitment that is important, because had he not made that commitment, or the fact that he's made the commitment, it means there is that willingness. And he's consciously aware that this is something that he has to do, and this is something that he's going to have to come through for the country. So I'm quite excited about that. I just want to also move to the issue of the reprioritization of projects, Chair. Again, with the amount of financial challenges that we are faced with, the department has had to sit down and reprioritize the kind of projects that we are engaging on, the kind of projects that we should start, and the kind of projects that we should shelve, unfortunately. We are faced with a situation where we need to make a decision to say we will be able to continue with this project, but this one, if it has not been started, we can't continue with it because there are no funds for it, despite the fact that there is willingness from our side to actually implement those projects. What that means, literally, it means that the cleaning backlogs that we already have continues. And it continues unabated because we don't know at this point when we are ever going to be able to afford the majority of those things. With that said, we have taken a step as the department to also engage the private sector to assist us in building some of the clinics that we need. So we will be building clinics this financial year change. We just won't be building them at the scale that we had originally planned to build. We've decided that for this financial year, we engage the private sector and request the private sector to give us at least one clinic in every district. So we are expecting that at least we should be able to build about 11 clinics in the province out of our engagements with the private sector. And I say that so far, I've only had a commitment from 2 or 3 companies, but even that, the commitment just at face with. But we are following that, we are following up on that. And if we could get that commitment in writing and becomes a full commitment check, it will become a game changer for us in the province, because it means we'll really try to work towards reducing the backlog with clinics that we have. So I just thought, let me indicate that particular issue. We also had a one-on-one engagement with the Premier as soon as she was appointed. And of course, just before her budget, her State of the Province address, she also had to indicate what are her priorities or what she thinks we should focus on. And we again have had to reprioritize in terms of those one-on-one engagements with her to just see that we are able to get to be on the same space with the Premier. With that said, Chair, thank you very much. I think those are just a few things that I wanted to bring to the attention of the committee. Thank you.
But they are very, very important. On the minimum staff establishment, we're going to ask you a specific question on that one as the department. On the issue of the treatment by the minister, when we wanted to ask you a question also on that specific one. Then the last one on the 11 clinics in the state of the province address. I had prepared the last night. How much is put aside to build those 11 clinics? No, that's what we have. No, now we have an answer to a number of issues for your own remarks. Thank you very much, Honorable MC. Really, it has assisted us a lot. I won't pose those questions because I can see there is a direction where it is going. So that's what we are going to do. So, honorable members would want to continue the engagement. We are now inviting the accounting officer of the state and its team to take us through the budget of 2020. The 2024 financial year. So that's what we are going to do. So having done so, we are going to request that you don't take us through the APP. Why? Because of an obvious reason. We as the Finance Portfolio Committee have nothing to do with that thing. Why we have nothing to do with that thing? Because we're not part of it. What is the point of requesting you? When we requested for it, it was for compliance purposes. Because when at our spare time, we are going to state the runs and cents as to whether they're buying what the targets in the APP for compliance purposes. Or where we were interested actually in runs and cents. And it is the interest pure. So that we correctly advise the sitting of the 80 strong members of the legislature to support or reject the budget. That is our agenda. Because I want to talk about the APP, because we've not have scrutinized. We have our own APP, which is scrutinized and we are on vote number 6. And I approved of it. Because we could see that the runs and signs are buying. Because that's the thing. So really would not expect the embassy what she wants to leave as to indicate I'm leaving. She will leave at the appropriate time so that it will be exciting. So HOTMT.
Sorry, Chair, I had my hand up.
Oh, okay.
Chair, I know the MEC said she's going to leave. And I've got a question on the compensation of employees and National Treasury. So I don't know if she's going to be around when we pose questions.
She might not, depending on the timing. She has to meet at 10 o'clock. No, will allow you to pose that question, but the understanding that it's not accounting.
No.
It is the accounting office. Some of the information she might have given to us was to let us aware of some of the things. She could anticipate areas where we're not going as the final control commitments. But I will give you that opportunity, but please don't make her late. Maybe she would be disciplined, wherever she's going, I don't know. And Fergus, you are the first, and then Secure will be the first, second.
Thanks, Chair. I won't make the MEC late. I'm not a man of many words. So 2 simple questions. In your engagement with the National Minister, did he indicate if it's a one-off or if it's going to continue? And then just another question, and perhaps this could stand over for the department. But you've got 1,900 critical posts vacant at the moment. Are they skilled posts, or could part of the 5,500 COVID actually take up those positions? Thanks very much.
And help about the second question, was you were clear on that one. If she decides to answer that one, but the first one, I think is a directly to them. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Greetings to Honorable the HOD and the team. I want to take maybe belongs to be accountable, but I think the MEC also can just look at the challenges faced by around the financial constraints. In the state of the police address, was a the having all the departments are going to contribute to 10 police and 10 million of a crime, as well as the 10 million of the issue of employment. Looking at the financial constraints and indicated in state, there will be reprioritization. And this reprioritization part of this contribution for all of make up of what is stated.
She will answer this question if she chooses to. And the reprioritization is the responsibility of that block in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. If she chooses just to demonstrate to you that she's in control of the that would be the demonstration. That would be the demonstration. But I know who must do this that part. Yes, Madam Everson.
Thank you very much. The opportunity to demonstrate. I'll start with the last one, Chair. Honorable CQ, it is a very difficult situation, and we are hoping that maybe just crossing our fingers and our feet, that we might be, the cabinet might decide that Department of Health and Education will be exempted from the 10+10, but there is a standing and principled decision because it had to be taken. Principled decision that all departments must contribute towards this. So right now we are working towards reprioritizing, but we are crossing all the fingers that we can. That at some point something comes through and we are to, and actually you don't have to contribute. Part of the principle, we are all expected as departments to contribute on this. Because really, crime affects all of us. It affects the Department of Health as well. It's not just about actually everyone else. I mean, Chair, if you look at, I'm just saying this in passing, in the past 2 or 3 months, in 11 districts alone, we've had more than 4 clinics that have had people coming in and stealing our stuff with the security guards. They come in, tie them up, and take whatever computers they need. But our vehicles stolen in the same district. So if we don't, as a province, come together, it's really going to become challenging. So we're looking at it from a perspective that says it becomes an investment in all of us. Of course, it would be nice if it could be exempted and everyone else takes the credit, but I don't think it might use that. Honorable Roger's question, the first one, the Minister indicated that he believes this should be continuous, not a one-off. And that's why he has not committed a particular figure, because he has instructed his officials to work out how much is needed per province for it to be able to continue. But a firm commitment that was made was saying, as the contracts are coming to an end of March, I must be with them. So he is working firstly towards assisting us with increasing the contract, but also then ensuring that they become permanent. Are they part of the critical post? No, they're not. These are administrators that we took during COVID-19. We do have a few professional nurses, assistants, nursing assistants, and so forth, but there are not as many as the admin staff, the porters, the cleaners, because we ended up having to employ all of those people. Because remember, in the previous years, the Department of Health had given an instruction, although now I can never hear who actually issued that instruction, because everyone says, no, it was not me. But there was a time when the Department of Health was told that there are only 3 critical posts that you can employ. It's doctors, nurses, and I can't remember what, or management of the facility, and no one else. As a result, we are very low on admin staff, very low on cleaning staff, and so forth. So when we brought in, when we employed staff during COVID, those are the categories that we needed the most, including the nurses. So yeah, it's not part of the critical post. Thank you.
You wanted that demonstration. If you wanted to test here, it's your own business. I knew it's of a man called. No, let me say before you leave, so that you say you are not, you intimidated us. You know us. You were not intimidated when we were a member of this college, and were still remaining resolute, not intimidated by anybody. Want to tell you in the face that there will be a resolution on the 10-10. We have raised it with all departments, because our own school team has indicated that this man can't sleep in the budgets of departments. But as the Finance Portfolio Committee, we are going to take a resolution, and it might be very tight. It might be very tight. Why tight? Because as we are indicating, the issue of crime and joblessness is affecting all of us. That's why it is important to us. Personally, I pay my bills excited, not knowing the details and all the stuff. That's why then, as the Finance Portfolio Committee would want, that's why CQ is indicating, according to our own assessment, this man is not there. Therefore, it will have to come out through free privatization. How the cabinet takes that decision in government, it's not our turn. But ourselves would want that, as I wanted to ambush you on the 11th clinic. Because I couldn't get the answers when I was going through it. Thank you very much, Honorable MC, for the responses. Demonstrate we are in control of your department. That is why Lord Government called. HOD, we had already handed over to you and your team to take us through the budget of 2023-2024 financial year.
Thank you, Chair. Let me introduce yourself, Honorable Chair, the Town Advice. Also, it's the team that have been partnership to produce all of them. Say to produce the state always good to us through the budget. Chair, we might say that we're told that 30 minutes we present. We have a very big document, so going present the first few slides that the gist with a few mentioning of a few other slides that answer question and some question answer. Then we will be guided by other members how CFO will be the one that's going to take us through the budget section. So if you allow the use.
We are coming here to support you. I'm full trouble and I'm just not being a demand in Kakuri. Oh, my money, I'm a parliamentary college of speech is it's like being abandoned bank. You will allow the support. That's why you brought all of this. I was about to say educated people. I was about to say that's why you brought all the team members. As CFO, we have been requested to take us on the budget of 2023-2024.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel members. HOD requirements. This is Finance Portfolio Committee prepared slides for the budget 2023-2024. So therefore, it's a financial year starting 1 April 2023, which is started. For the year ending March 2024, an overview with MTF program, MTF economic classification, MTF conditional grants with the revenue line, our aligned budget, which is strategic SLA business plans for all transfers on conditional grant funding, details of all major capital infrastructure expenditure. Now, I'm not going to take you through the APP like the chairperson has said, but you will get the gist like the HOD has indicated. In order to establish the required baseline to sustain current level of services, we've taken into account the following factors: previous year's expenditure trends, patient day equivalence, patient head count, bed utilization rate, facilities utilization rate, projected CPI, the Treasury guidelines. Conditional grants allocation is informed by business plan, the targets, requisite frameworks. It's important to note that how are we spending money and what are we trying to achieve, hence the business plan targets. Primary healthcare services have been prioritized. So there was an impact on district, regional, and tertiary hospitals allocation. We have ongoing budget cuts as we look into the future. There isn't enough incentive. So it puts a lot of pressure on our ability to cover everything that we should implement. But there are non-negotiable items such as medicines, medical supplies, lab services, property payments, and that makes up 75% of our goods and services expenditure. They are significantly affected by the budget cuts. Additional funding has been allocated per Treasury communication dated 13 February 2023 as follows. We had baseline allocation of 0.8 billion 164 million. This for 2024, going to the following financial period, 24-25, 50 billion 496 million, then 25-26, 52 billion 202 million, which then gives us the revised MTF allocation of 50 billion 687 million for the year ending 31 March 2024. going up to 52,782,000,000 for the year ending 31 March 2025, and eventually to 54,961,000,000 for the year ending 31 March 2026. Although we received additional budget of 2.5 billion for 2020-2024, this was the addition to the baseline. The baseline was reduced during the previous MTF as follows: 21-22 by 2 billion and 71 million, 22-23, which is the current year, by 3,652,000,000. This is the net of 1.5 billion that we received mid-term in the current financial year that is ending this Friday. 2023-2024, baseline reduction again, 4,056,000,000. 24-25, 4,215,000,000, and 25-26, 4,589,000,000. Chairperson, I'm reading this going into the future, and these are the net figures in terms of baseline reduction. Compensation of employees becomes our first charge against the vote to ensure that the current workforce, that is those who are working in the system, are funded. The 2.25 billion was allocated to cover current workforce. However, we still have unfunded COVID-19 contract employees as the MPC has alluded, and this now leaves us with a funding gap of 1.3 billion. And we're talking absorbing the COVID-19 employees just for the period of 1 year. There's also an estimated funding gap for critical vacant costs, currently vacant costs of 2.5 billion. That talks to 7,000 people, 7,004 people. The latest human resources there. The above 7,004 includes 1,563 medical officers, 209 professions allied to medicine, and 30 COVID-19 contractors. The department is unable to maintain optimal level of services with the current budget. More funds are required to APP targets are also impacted due to insufficient budget. This is now impacting on our plan to implement all the necessary programs. Of this, the balance of the 2.5 billion, I've already mentioned the allocation of 2.25 billion, and we're left with 206 million that was allocated to cover anticipated carry-through costs of the 2022 and the 2023 commitments, such as forensic investigations, e-health project rollout, communication-related expenditure, for example, new gadgets, data, funds, and virtual communications, since most of the meeting is covered at level post-COVID-19. There is more into the first year. 6.9. Property-related costs, inflationary adjustments, fuel price increases. There was not anticipated. There is more utilization of generators and due to load shedding. Pressure in the medicine, medical supplies, lab services, property payments could not be fully funded as a result of the insufficient budgets, and the buffer stocks have also been reduced. Goods and services shortfall based on previous expenditure trend, the inflationary adjustment is estimated at another 2,547 million. Medical budget for 2024, which is the year to start soon, is 110 million. It's based on the baseline allocation of 2022-2023 Mtef, but that's not sufficient because we still have the funding gap of 140 million. Mtef per program 2020-2024. I'll mention all the program and say I'll just go straight to the revised estimates and then the revised baseline for 2023-2024. Administration, we have 1,266,483,000. District Health Services, 26,210,535,000. Emergency Medical Services, 1,615,000. Provincial Hospital Services, 12,164,749,000. Central Hospital Services, 5,192,125,000. Outside food and training, 1,181,009,000. Healthcare support services, 251,890,000. Health facilities management, 1,965,125,000. And then there's estimation by economic classification, how the 50,087 million is made of or made up. We have current payments being 31,589 million compensation of employees, goods and services 16,516 million, and then interest and rent on land 471,000. Transfers and subsidies broken down to provinces and municipalities, departmental agencies and accounts, NPOs, households, social benefits and other transfers, all amounting to 777,749,000. Then we have payments for capital assets, being buildings and other fixed structures, 1,202 million, and then machinery equipment, 750 million. Machinery and equipment broken down to transport equipment, 154 million, and other machinery and equipment, 596 million. Chairperson, the department's baseline growth allocations shows a decline due to budget cuts. And then budget for compensation of employees is inadequate to cover the current employees already in the system, and that affects our ability to fill in the vacant post or to replace posts as they become vacant. Although we have finalized the minimum staff establishment aimed at addressing staff shortages and identified facilities, implementation is still a challenge as we have insufficient funding. We still don't have funding for the conducted COVID-19 staff. Obviously, the MEC has alluded to that and has said something. I'm not going to say anything until there's something in writing. I need them. Goods and services, have also declined by 3.5% as a result of budget cuts, and this affects our ability to sustain current level of services. And as we close, there's medical legal claims, not easy to budget for, and these obviously come as a surprise. There's a growing trend of claims. People who specialize mainly in personal injuries and really paying attention to healthcare services. And we're continuing to rationalize services in district and specialized hospitals across the province, particularly where there is a trend of low bed occupancy rate, low demand for services. Once this investigation is complete, we'll reprioritize funding in here to areas of pressure that have arisen into budget accounts. Thank you, Chairperson, and I hand over to the HOD.
That's the way, contribute to
Thanks, Chair. But Chair, we had a few other questions that was
sorry, Doc, sorry. No, then Dr. Calling announce some question. There's no longer Dr. There's street here. It's no longer Dr. When I remember the service we correct, I will announce how did he get the street office doctor. Colleagues, we forgot to announce that it's breakfast prepared for all of us. There's no need for the breakfast, but we can stand up and go and help ourselves. As the CFO is starting to do. And we also colleagues and get the staff and then sit down and then continue enjoying ourselves and the meeting continue. I'm sorry, Dr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. My Chair, we did so I know it's going to probably a bad cup or so. I didn't buy back.
Yes.
Now, space is released.
I didn't check. I was saying that in the communication that we received from yourselves, we had other 3 questions that we were to answer specifically. And those questions are in this document. Slide 78 is one of those that speaks about alignment of the budget to the strategic plans and the annual performance plan. Then on slide 82, another response where we also are stating that there are business plans in our political grants, which we will also ask to state whether we move on or we don't. Then on slide 90, we also are making attention that there are projects that are there under a capital expenditure, which we are looking at. But I must state that with the assertions that ABC has made, these projects, yes, are there planned, budgeted for, but in terms of prioritization, we will be receiving guide as and when we navigate the financial. Just wanted to mention that the chairperson, honorable members, then we can say our leadership is done. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much, HOD and the whole team. For a very good presentation, it's very clear. I might have look like it's also teach. We prepare for the class the following day. You prepare before you sleep, you refresh in the morning so that you check whether your strategy is going to work and all the stuff. That's what we did as members of the finance portfolio committee. As I have indicated, it's a very good presentation. And I'm just worried, why in the current in this current budget, all government departments' presentation is such good. Gives you a very clear picture what is going on in the place and all the things. So colleagues, we're handing over to you for questions, but before, let me remove this man. That's an ordinary man now. He's no more Dr. Mkulu. But because of his hard work and whatever, he has been given the professorship. So it's not they are calm, they are calm. Ukhona omunye waziyo-ke engathi ngisho lo athi I want you young man no longer to do this time. So and I hope he took the advice from the old man seriously. I hope he took the advice from the old man seriously. These are the pressures that we want young people to enjoy. Yes. To be encouraged to improve for all the time. Colleagues, this is the opportunity for you for questions. I see the hand of Advocate in fact, so voting normally presentation as a full person, no, I am stress. Oh, they were testing the emissary, how in control is she, and I wondered, oh, the test here. Honorable de Klerk, I don't see the hands in the virtual platform, so that's why then there are two hands at the moment.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, I think what is clear from this department, as and many of the others, that according to the budget, what we are here for today, there's a shortage of money. See, everybody is agreeing on that. If that is so, and you understand your core mandate, health, don't need to go into. Your mandate is not job creation, anything else. It is the health of the people. So if you do not have enough money, you will not be able to give the services. Which sadly, it sounds a bit overstated, but can lead to the death of it. Isn't that so? So if this budget is not dealt with prudently and efficiently and effectively, it can lead to people dying. That is how important this department. So that is why government decided to give the COVID people, and there were funds for 6 months. You knew that. Now today, it's proven again what the economist and L'Oreal recipient, Milton Friedman, American economist, already said in the 70s, nothing is so impermanent as a temporary government program. Because now we see that with these workers. So we have funds for 6 months. 6 months past, we carry on. And until today, we carry. It's an unfunded mandate. It is worse than that because there is 1,900 vacant, critical vacant. So there is the 2.5 billion that's needed for them. For the COVID people, it's 1.9 billion. For the pay rises, it's another 2 billion. Talking about billions. And to realistically believe that National Treasury will be able to pay this money is, in my opinion, and I'm warning the department, not realistic. It's not true. So the department will have to decide, are they going to keep people in employment or are they going to save people's lives? Because that is what it boils down to. And then we were told this morning by Treasury that the issue about the shortfall on compensation of employees is a long thing that's been going back for years. And the reprioritization, I'll use that word, it's more technical, but we can use another word still. The department over a long period takes monies from goods and services, reprioritize it to pay salaries, compensation of employees. So it is not truly, Treasury is correct, it is not truly reprioritized because it's became a modus operandi to balance the books. So you prepare a budget knowing very well that you're going to reprioritize from goods and services. And the problem is that these goods and services includes medicine, laboratory services, medical supplies. Just to pay people, the people out there that's sick don't have the medicine. I'm looking at a high level. The issue is you cannot comply with your mandate. You cannot comply with it in May because your compensation for employees is too much. You can't fill these vacant posts. You add another 2 billion rand problem, which will have an absolute effect on service delivery. So it is my opinion that this budget once again fails your mandate. It's not speaking to health, it's speaking to other issues. And now we have to hope that somewhere 2 billion will come. Where's the 2.5 going to come for the 1,900? Where's the other billions going to come? We've got negative growth in this country at the moment. I don't think it's realistic. You're going to suffer this problem. Not all your fault, but certainly knowing the COVID workers is going to be a massive. Thank you.
Honorable Rogers, you will be followed by Honorable Gavin. I saw her hand coming up.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I did some calculations here, and the CFO can correct me if I'm wrong. But we're about 7 billion rand off the mark here, if I look at the cuts that you've had to make across various areas. And I don't know if reprioritization is going to assist us, because if we could reprioritize, we would have done it by now. We would have been able to put it in this budget, and we would have been able to address some of the concerns. Look, and I must agree with Honourable de Klerk. I mean, this is a situation that the department finds itself in, not of its own making entirely, but because of the economic climate and the availability of funding. But it really does worry me when I read that buffer stocks in medical supplies, laboratory services have actually cut. Because to me, that should be one of the key deliverables of this particular department. And then, of course, the under budgeting of the medico-legal budget by 140 million. I mean, that's not going to go away unless the department can tell us what the solution is. Because ever since I've been member of this legislature, this medical legal claims just continues unabated. I remember that this MNC herself did at one stage medical records were a problem. Then there was a group of students that was going to be introduced. They were going to have some electronic data system We are going to create specific approvals which would be able to deal with patients. There was going to be no payment out to these lawyers that get onto a free ride. I've heard all of this, but it's still continuing in the budget. So that's a huge concern to me. You see, the other thing, Chair, I'm really grateful that the MEC told us about the possible or the funding of the COVID staff. But that was a conversation. I'll only get excited when I see it in an adjustment budget and it's formal. Because let's assume that doesn't come through. Then this department is going to end up in enormous problems going into this financial year. I mean, the National Minister of Finance said go ahead and renew the contracts. So how long are those contracts being renewed for? Because if that money is not forthcoming, it's going to cripple not just this department, but it's going to cripple the province's finances. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
We are now inviting Honorable Governor and there are 3 other colleagues who have raised up their hands after you, Honorable Governor.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think first, we must acknowledge that the department, unlike some of the other departments that we have met, has actually made attempts to try and rein in its expenditure. I don't think it's necessarily the best of situations, but I think given the cards that they have been dealt, they have actually tried, and credit has to be given for that. However, we can't take away the fact, and the colleagues have expressed this concern, that there's obviously going to be the pressure on service delivery, and that, is something that we can't take away. So, when they say that some of these things are going to be addressed in year, we do hope that occurs, and we do hope that there's additional funding, but there's a lot of hoping taking place, and I think, that's not necessarily what's going to happen. We can also see that there has been progress in terms of the e-procurement, e-management, where they plan on rolling out, even though they have the constraints. According to what they are saying, they plan on increasing this rollout of e-management to make the number now 36 hospitals. And in terms of the medical legal claims, they do have 3 centers of excellence, but this area, of course, still remains a problem. There is, however, concern about the underfunding of the interns. And I do understand their situation, but given their compensation of employees dilemma, this is, a serious matter. And the extension of the COVID-19 contracts, which is was unfunded and doesn't show any funding in the outer years, despite the fact that the people are actually not now dealing with COVID-19 issues, is something that can blow up in the faces. Because these are temporary staff. The department is certainly not in a position to take them on permanently, because that would, you'd have to have the carry-through costs, etc. But having said that, I must also say that in terms of the EWP, the department has actually done very well in terms of the job creation, both with the EPWP funding, employing 500 people and using the social sector grant to employ 370 community caregivers. However, my concern is that the department says that it's going to be setting aside funds because this is not adequate for the numbers that they are catering for. And it says that it's going to be using funding from the provincial equitable share to fund, for example, the stipends of a further 10,098 community caregivers. And my question then is, where in the provincial equitable share are they going to be drawing these funds from? Because there's been so many cuts in the department. Where else? Whilst it's a laudable and a notable thing that they are creating more jobs and these posts are required, cutting from the provincial equitable, which I'd really like to know. And then my last point, Chairperson, is that they do say that there's no provision for filling posts and pay progression, right? Because the current stuff is not fully funded and will be addressed in here. Again, this is a concern. Because where exactly are they going to be drawing from? And my very last point is, I picked up that the air ambulances contract was not renewed and they diverted the money. The thing is that I understand the need to reprioritize, but this air ambulance facility is a very important facility. And I don't know, the loss of it, I think, is going to cost, is also a cause of concern. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kabenda. Will be followed by Honorable Zulu, and Honorable Zulu will be followed by Honorable Charlie. What I'm not like the finance portfolio committee. And then Honorable Charlie will be followed by Honorable Kako Rashbansi. The Honorable Zulu now.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the grant scheme is on, apart from the 1010 that Honorable Ajoka spoke about, or check with MEC this money, but also I'm interested on the 2 million for KwaZulu-Natal raise allocated and then
I compare about the matter as a resource plan is out of order.
Exactly. And also how is it then being utilized? Because the main concern is most of departments they normally divert from its original intent. But I also wish to pick on some contradictions as now which you can die. This is SISULU. Also, the city is dark of blue. President says this is SISULU city. Any contradiction then in English, but silence means consent. So any contradiction. And first, government will prioritize student. It's a proper term. It's a proper accounting term. And in budgeting system. So it was better than what better if you are 19, which was a full month in your which way. I see correct because they are general. This better than but I don't to we have unauthorized irregular spending, which way. We say the plans and cash as well in mind. But the one we need better who would come about accounting system our than the underline. I think that's so big intervention in better and only was we are boy. So what's done books to now you immediately all of them sitting a bit out of whatever you keep. So you need to balance. But also it's our second selection because not only negative about ourselves. So it's doing a better than think I was from the other. I say this is a selection too. Things so short the medication, I think it's okay. The more they catch that can better. Okay, but I mean, moving forward, I think planning, for me, they are challenges with department. But there are some also areas of improvement. Often the 66 to say that when I say about me. In some Jalo statistics is Jalo. 60 woman is the kind of negative. Now, see, woman, who can an issue with that. The very same system, the government, where there is a need, let's just prioritize. It is as we prioritize so that I will 10. conjunction city are there. We cannot allow that. As you are challenges, where possible, come up with the possible solutions. I submit to this.
Honorable Mchadi, Governor.
Thanks, Chair. Seems to mention look, the first thing, Chair, for me is that year in, year out, we have had our people cry on the issue of crime, on the issue of unemployment, and the plan by the executive having announced by the Queen on the 1010, it should categorize because either affected or someone is affected, but both these issues, all of us are affected. And despite the constraints within the budget, we will forever be subjected to not having enough money. That's a fact. It's not going to change tomorrow, next year, no year after that. It's still going to be a bit difficult. But we ought be finding mechanisms that seeks to be addressing the issues and the challenges that our people have. We can't be the one who critique the government and say, look, they are failing, they are not creating jobs, they are not creating opportunities who are graduates. And when a move is being made, we are the one also who wants to block it, because we will never have sufficient money. By the way, who said that when we allocate 10 million share for the employment, we are not saying that employment, part of the department is the employment that must come from the Department of Health. Because the contribution by the FEMA, I didn't say that the employment exclude nursing or will exclude officials from the department. It made a clear call that seems to say we ought to find money from in our department to create jobs so that we know that these jobs can be created based on the budget that we can find in the department. So for me, I think, Chair, we still need to make that call. We know the common need of the Department of Health, and we know the constraints that we're facing. So we should be able to be firm on it. The second one for me, Chair, which is a bit worrying, it cannot be that we continue to be defeated by the issues of legal conflict when it comes to the issue of people. Because we have accepted, first and foremost, that probably, if not 80% of them emanates from manipulation by some of our officials who work with legal entities in terms of how to manipulate this institution. And continuously, we continue to budget for it, they continue to spend money, and they continue to get more money from the people. At some point, really, Chair, if we need to coordinate a specialized committee with all the relevant people who have the necessary skills, your legal, your health people, so that we're able to say, at some point, how do we defeat this monster? They continue to steal from government money on the basis of times manipulation in the council or even within the department by those officials who may be working people from outside in saying that for this came to be successful, this is what happened. Or some deliberately become militant within the processes. That's why they know that certain individuals will tend to benefit. So it can't be a betting check that we're accepting that we're being defeated. And abnormal situation, we're normalizing it and we're beginning to say, no, this is expected, we're fine. And we encourage that people should continue like that. Because some of this money could be utilized differently and
understanding the lack of money that we currently have. And I think there has to really to even the executive doing post of this sort were really able to defeat this, because other than that, year in, year out, we continue to be subjected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tabanga. Honorable Thakur response in the virtual platform.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you. Yeah, mine is simply that, you know, the Honorable MEC spoke about the 7 billion shortfall. And then she did say that they were being given 1.5. So which means that they're basically looking for 5.5. I want clarity on that, because if that is so, then, you know, we need to ask the department that if they were given, say, hypothetically 5.5, would that sort all their problems? And I'm saying this because one of the things that the department really does need to give us is this reprioritization plan. I think a lot of it is said in a narrative, but if we really want to be serious about resolving the critical service delivery issues compared to all the other problems the department has, then the reprioritization plan is very important for us, you know, to assist the department in getting as much money as possible. And the reason I'm saying this is because one of the things that the department is not reporting on, and that is the savings that they're getting from the transformation projects that are ongoing, and that is in the decommissioning of hospitals, and then, of course, the recommissioning of others. And we need to have that, savings noted somewhere that can help the budget. The other is on the medical legal claims, and I hear the concern about the under budgeting for the 140 million. But I think what's a greater concern is those centers of service excellence that have been demarcated in the province. Now, where is or how much is being given towards that if we're under budgeting for medical legal? Because if that becomes a reality, then or to fruition, then you're going to start cutting down on the bigger medical legal budget if you start addressing the medical needs of people that are affected. And the last one is on the e-management. And the e-management rollout, you know, that's welcomed. The department is trying hard, and with that pilot project that they started at Matadeni. But I think that what we also need from the department, and I'm not saying, and I know for a fact that e-management is imperative, it is important, it has to be done. But, you know, the department should also start showing what is their income generation, what impact that pilot has had, even in the hospitals that e-management is functioning. What is the impact? Then you know how to argue for a bigger rollout and for the budget that's required. But with that, Honorable Chair, I think that just like in public works, we have to have a transversal resolution when it comes to e-management, and that is as a line item for each department. But also the fact that, the managers, the e-risk managers, their training, how many get trained, and it's across the board, even in health, because e-management is important. If they are trained in risk management, then it will be, we will start seeing income generation even by that kind of awareness and training. And I think that that's an important line item, which is the training of e-risk managers in the Department of Health and, of course, in all other departments as a transversal resolution. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I hope those who are recording are capturing that one, because I'm thinking about it I'm hearing about it for the first time, and it makes a lot of sense to me. Colleagues, there are two things that I wanted just to check, which worried me when I was preparing for this meeting. I just wanted to know how much is the Department of Health intending to receive from patient fees. I'm hearing silence, deaf silence in government around that one. Why I'm interested is because I know the decision of our own government that if you collect those patient fees and then they will be added up automatically to the department instead of going to the pool of revenue collected. I just wanted to find out on that one. The second one, I was surprised that no one is raising such a thing, which came as a big shock to me when I was preparing for this meeting. If you go to page 336, table number 7.8 on the conditional grants, I was shocked, let me be honest with you. I even calculated as to how much are we losing as KZN province as a result of the Department of Health. You are receiving 2 EPWP grants. The other one last year was 11.7 million, but now it's down to 8.6 million. And that is more than 3,122,000 rand that has been lost. I'm not hearing anyone from the Department of Health indicating the possible reason for such a huge drop. And I wonder how many jobs that would have been created out of that 3.122 billion rand. Then the other one, you are receiving the incentive grant, which was at 26.293 in the previous financial year, but which is now down to 21.107. And that is a drop of more than 5,100,000 and something rand. And to me, it's really a fun to show me with the PCD. And the money that was lost through the conditional grants in the Department of Health alone is more than 8 million rand. We talk job creation is one thing that I do. That my government at the national level identified specific departments so that they are given funding, and then that funding must go to job creation. And the 10 million that the premier spoke about is an addition to that. But already ourselves have shared more than 8 million. I don't know whether my rating was correct. No, I did it on Sunday, as I have indicated. That's why it made me wake up at 1 o'clock at night. Yeah, I woke up and I thought I was dreaming. And then I opened my green book. Our green book, like one goes, in on that side, on my side, on my side. No, on my side. Oh, some doubt that I'm married to Mtef, on my side. Whenever I have, I think about this thing, I just take it, go to my end suit, and switch on the light there and check. That's what happened exactly on Sunday night. It was around 1 o'clock, just to check. That's why I don't even believe HOT that we lost more than 8 million of the money that the People's Democratic Government is giving to a department to create jobs. That's the shock. I was worried that I was hearing those who spoke, I thought they were going to indicate that the conditional grants are terribly down in our province when it comes to the Department of Health. You know, if your memory serves you correctly, Doc, how we praised you last year when you increased on this conditional grant, and we have reversed the gains of the previous financial year. You pushed us up as the Department of Health, where both of your conditional grants went up. You know, I even praised you for less than a million. You remember that I did that and all the stuff. If you could clarify me on that one. But there are no controversial issues except this one, highly controversial to me. But when you talk about jobs, abantu abangivotelayo ayangizwa lutho, ngizwile nje ngibabulisa ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha ukuthi othisha omkhulu bani wabangifake la inkomo. So ngiyabasebenzela manje kwehlisa umsebenzi yabo. I have become very much frustrated, and I'm not joking about that. Unenhlanhla wena, yabona uyokhuluma nge-10 million ye-crime. They hijacked two of my Hilux simultaneously and my cell phones. That's why I carried the 700 rand cell phone. My iPhone 14, the top of the range, was taken from that crime thing. And what I think I think that a crime. It's serious and providing this amount. I'm honorable members indicating. So, Doc, if you could respond, but on your responses, don't stress much. We have identified as a team the issues where we are going to take a transversal resolution. So, Dr. Shabalala and your team were handing over to you for responses.
Instance, let me start by saying that we did hear of the events that occurred to you. In fact, I would say those Plano is talking, not playing, but it was serious. I'm saying that, Chair, because the MEC was speaking about our cars being hijacked. We do experience, Chair, what you went through, where even some of our staff will even not want to go back to work because they are afraid they may be hijacked, either at work or in transit. So we have that as a serious issue and we are looking at it. But I want Chair to go a little bit in the explanations before I answer the question. Health is not something that you realize when you go to a hospital. And a person who's unhealthy could be sitting at home. And the unhealthiness informed by many things other than physical health. Mental health being one of them, social issues being one of them, unemployment being one of the social issues, which for some people we've seen suicide because I'm unemployed. We've seen people not only killing themselves, but killing their families because they think they cannot afford. So when we provide services, we are holistic in our approach. It may not sound like it's our mandate to create jobs. It's true. Our core function is to make sure that people are healthy. But in the process, you then say there are those qualified graduates out there whose skills we need. And what can we do to therefore make sure that they don't kill themselves because they're unemployed? Hence, we also speak to the different sectors and try to get more funding so that they can be employed. We don't employ them because we are taking over the core function of job creation, but we are needing the skills that are there at the same time, saving not only themselves, but their families and the communities they live in. So it's important that we appreciate that. It's also important to appreciate, Chair, that health being a state, not just being free of illness. We therefore must be able to say what is the state of the people in our community and address that as the department. Of course, together with the other departments that have certain specific core functions. I think the issue of COVID-19 staff, MEC spoke about, and CFO then mentioned that he's not going to say anything until he sees rands and cents in the account. He mentioned that very well, and that is what we're going to be doing. And I must say that this week will be speaking with the DG at national level to find out exactly what is happening, because they may have spoken, that is Minister and MEC, but we as the officials must now say what is happening and we get more information. Following that information, only then can we be able to say there will be or there will be no funds for this COVID-19 stuff. Having said that, I think also MEC did allude to the fact that there has been a great shortage of staff in our department, which we found for 2019, where it was said there are exempted and non-exempted posts, and there were critical and non-critical posts. But going into that, Chair, if this was a theater and you wanted to do any operation, without a cleaner, the doctor would not operate. So at the time of cleaning, the cleaner is critical. When a psychotic patient becomes violent, the security becomes critical. So you realize that we're not just creating jobs or employing these non-core staff simply because we have to create jobs, but at some stage we need them and they have to be there for us to be able to function. So we are saying we are keeping this staff because also another compromise that we found is that when we have to procure some of the things, we would find that at the SCM, there's shortage of staff. Now, the Department of Health being an organization that has to have its own SCM, you have to fill these posts that are non-nursing in the sense of touching the patient directly, but they are relevant and very critical in making sure that the resources are there. So that is how we then look at how do we then prioritize the posts that we're filling, and not only filling posts for doctors, nurses, as MEC was speaking to. We are looking at making sure that the organization called the Department of Health is functioning. That is where we are going with this filling of the critical posts. That is actually the reason, Chair, that we said we're going to look at our establishment and not only look at just certain posts, but all of it. At some stage in 2019, we were told that head office is bloated, and we've had to review that. Just recently, there are posts that came, and some of our managers were saying, let's fill this post. But we started to ask questions. Do we think this person will be occupied the whole 8 hours of every day at work? And if we don't think so, we're not going to fill that post. So we are working on that and making sure that our reprioritization is not only an issue of taking from goods and services and giving to COE, but even within the COE itself, we're looking at what should we fill, which post and which one should we not fill. If I may make an example, there is a hospital, St. Aidan's. That hospital will not at any stage have its own management. Going to be managed by King Edward. If you look at the amount of money that we cut from just taking that management out and making sure that the management at King Edward is responsible for both, you can see that we can shift that money to people that will be on the ground, on the shop floor, if I may use that terminology. But also, even if we were going to have lots of goods in our shelves without the requisite skills to manage them, they are going to expire in our shelves. So it becomes a futile exercise to therefore just look at health as a doctor and a nurse. It's not. It's a mammoth organization. The issue of medicine, what we used to do is to procure in bulk and keep in our shelves. The advantage of which was that we then get things at a lower price. What we are doing now, we are not stopping to procure. We're going to procure, but unfortunately for us, we're going to procure at lower bulks than we're doing. In finance terms, that means our prices may be a little bit higher, but there is no way that people are going to be compromised and not get their medication for any of the goods, for any of the medicines, for any of the services. We also are discussing with NHLS to say, how do we monitor the tests that we're doing? Example, if I was to go to Herigwala Hospital in Bali and do some tests, but find myself 2 days down the line in Grace Hospital, you would find that at Grace, they will repeat the same test without having seen the test and the results of that side. Now, with us improving the e-health and improving the system and improving and linking with NHLS, we are making sure that we cut those. That is what we're talking about. We may not have been very detailed in saying what are we doing, but one thought it's important that we then be practical on these issues and say when we say we are reducing, it's not that we're compromising the core function or the services that we are going to be giving to the people. So I'm saying both the science and the practice are being put into play so that we don't compromise the service. Another thing that we've started with MEC, which is working very well, is reintroducing the prevention approach, not only in the department, but in the community. The government said services must go to them. And when we do that, and we don't only see Usandile Shabalala, but we look at the whole family. If there is somebody there who needs to be treated or needs to be transferred to another facility, that we do. In itself, it reduces our expenditure on these different individuals. So there are a lot of other activities that may not be on paper that we're doing to try and reduce our expenditure, but improve the prognosis and the outcome of our service. I think the issue, Honorable Rogers, of 7 billion and reprioritization is one issue that Honorable Zulu also spoke to. When we reprioritize, we still want to make sure that services are not compromised in any part. We'll make an example that we've been, which we presented, by the way, to the Health Portfolio Committee, of rationalizing some of the facilities. There are facilities in our institution, the Department of Health, where you find that the bed utilization rate in a facility is lower than 40%. What do you do in such instances? Do you keep the staff there? Do you keep the resources there? Or do you reprioritize? Those are issues that we look at and we move people. But you can't move at high speed because you are moving Sandile Shabalala from his family. You have to do some negotiation and not break the family. So that rationalization and reprioritization itself is a process that is ongoing. But there are other improvements also. Example, we used to admit people for TB 18 months and more. There are drugs now that can allow that I be diagnosed with TB be started on medication and go home. There is no need therefore for a TB hospital. That therefore says there must be reprioritization there, there must be rationalization there must be staff taken from there to other areas, there must be goods and services taken from there, and all those are ongoing. So we are doing that and we're going to continue and rearrange. So I'm saying we're not cutting on services, we're not cutting on medicines, they are non-negotiables even for ourselves. The issue of medical legal budget, again, some of the things are not on paper. One, we've engaged our staff. The simple description of medical legal cases is medical challenges that find themselves on the legal team. And if you look at that, we therefore need to say what wrong happened at the medical table or next to the patient that has led to this person thinking, I must go live. And therefore, we must prevent those from happening. If you prevent them immediately, the amount of money required becomes nil. But some of the things are not negligence as such, but sheer mistakes because it's people who are doing the services. And when people go to court, even there we start to say, a mistake happened. How do we mitigate the potential expenditure? There is a plan also around how we do all those. But also, we've been to different courts and we're saying there's something called future medical expenses. And the question we've asked the courts is, why do we have to pay for future medical expenses? This is going to sound bad, but it's true. You want Dr. Muji working in the Department of Health, but when he's off or at night, he works in the private sector. The same skill, the same person. But the courts say the private sector is better suited to give the service. The same person giving the same service in the private sector is doing it better in the private sector than the public sector. There is a problem there. So we're saying these future medical expenses can be cut to zero by us making sure that, one, our staff is very cautious in how they execute their work. But secondly, we have employed people not only in the centers of excellence, but also in other facilities where there will be a need. Most of our places are cerebral palsy cases. And a cerebral palsy patient in Kanya-Kutestan may not be able to come to eThekwini on a day-to-day basis. Hence, we are making sure that the physiotherapists, occupational therapists, dentists that are required also are there in Mkanya, and they will give the service. By the way, Honorable Chair, we also are doing an exercise on the side, we not speak, where we are suspecting that some of these clients that get us to court and we pay future medical services for or expenses, we also service. And you ask the question is, where is the money then going? Because there is that coming. So we're doing all those to try and reduce. The issue of e-health, we can tell you, Chair, that by the end of this month, 42 of our facilities we be having telecom have been finished to do the LAN connectivity within the facility. We're engaging CETA also to ensure that even the other part, which is the web, is functioning. And as soon as that happens, there are many advantages. One, the waiting time for our client, which in itself creates conflicts. Two, our files will be more soft copies than hard copies, which means files will not be lost. And that crime also, which we're speaking about, does exist, Chair, because the file is not stolen by who does not know where the file is. it is stolen by a staff member who then gives it to the lawyer for whatever reason, and at the end we lose the fund. But the other funny part, which we are asking, how can I go to court being a President of Health and be told a detail by the opposing team about a file that I don't have? It means they have a file, but I couldn't use it because they stole it. What the court say about that? So these are issues that we are trying to address and investigate how to improve. So the e-health is definitely something that's going to assist us greatly, not only for just now, but also because we're going to be scanning some of the files and making sure that when we are to go to court, we have these files, and therefore our expenditure is going to be low. Now, the budget of 110 instead of 140 is not the budget for staff or resources. It's the budget that we're putting aside to say we do expect that there will be legal claims. And let's therefore not be found wanting until we go to court and spend even more money just to pay for this 110. But all the other requirements to prevent medical claims and to manage them are being put in place. So I think we need to clarify that. I think we've spoken to the issue of COVID staff and the funding. We are going to renew them, and we are going to be negotiating. I did say just this week we'll be discussing with FTG as to how we go around making sure that these are funded. We are not only reducing expenditure in the department, but we are trying to be as efficient as possible with all the resources. Remember, our resources, Chair, are not only money. There is something that we've started which we call the hubs, infrastructure and maintenance hubs. There we are reducing the non-cost staff, if I may call them. I say when we speak to the team, if we go to any private hospital, have you seen a maintenance unit in the private hospital? And the answer usually is not. Because the core people who do maintenance come and do their work and leave the facility to do it. We are taking a hub and spoke approach where we're going to have maintenance and infrastructure people who will be fewer in number, but the skill will always be there. And they will concentrate on preventive maintenance and also quickly repair where it's required, so that we don't replace, because the replacement is more expensive than maintenance and repair. So we are looking at all that as to, with a view that the money will be reprioritized again to make sure that we employ the relevant staff for the population. I think I needed to mention. The other issue that was raised by Honorable Governor is the issue of where the we share money will come from for jobs. I think to a degree, one has covered the fact that we are not only looking at jobs, but we are looking at the bigger picture, the structure itself, the establishment itself, the relevant skills. So we're not going to be just filling as and when, but we're going to be looking at both the equitable share and the grants, as guided, of course, by the conditions of the different grants. The issue of air ambulance. Previously, we had an air ambulance for which we would pay simply because we had an agreement. It moves, doesn't move, we pay. I then said, it sounds to me like it's abnormal, because a very few times in a week you will need an air ambulance, but you still would have paid for that week. So I then said, let's change this contract such that we pay for the services that we get. It's not that we've cancelled it, we are using it but for what we are using it for. It's not just going to be an ordinary pay. So that's how we want to deal with it. I think Honorable Zulu has spoken to the issue of the 10 plus 10. I will not go to it, and the payment for crime and all that, because when it was raised, we immediately said as officials, no, we don't have money. But they then said, your cars get stolen as well. So we've had to really say, how do we manage this? It's another conundrum that we have to deal with, including the issue of putting a tracker on our cars, which is a reactive issue, by the way. So I think I needed just to speak to that. The other issue that was raised, Umanchinga spoke of the crime and unemployment, but I think the issue of crime for some is informed by the fact that I'm sitting at home. It's not our home, but somehow people must be engaged one way or another so that they don't see the need for crime. But I mentioned what repercussions that we experience as health when people are unemployed. Some of the people that are on the streets taking drugs, they end up in our shows. They are unemployed. Some of the trauma and some of the skills that we lose because people have post-traumatic stress, it's because of crime. So there are many repercussions that we can look at. I think these are issues I wanted to speak to. Honorable Rajbansi speaks of reprivatization and the rationalization. I think at the Health Portfolio Committee, we did submit our plan of rationalization. And we did speak to it several times as well. I don't know, Chair, with you saying you don't want the APP, whether we should submit to this committee. But there is a plan that we continue to implement it as we have planned. The other issue that I think I will give to CFO is around the issue of the fees, because there is work that is being done to try to increase the revenue in the department. We will cover that. It started to engage in a few things. In the WP Chair, the planning and the grant and the calculation is done on a year-to-year basis. And when it's done, we then get told how much of it is going to be given to us, and then create jobs given that. But Chair, I think another thing that we didn't mention is that we've got 10,249 community healthcare workers. So it's not only the EPWP that are fewer than 10,000 that we pay, and we are keeping them because we do see the need. Even the EPWP is going to be the case. But also, Chair, there are other infrastructure projects that, as and when we realize that we need more hands, if I may use the terminology, we tap on the people that can add on that EPWP funding, and we then get it, and we also add to that. The other issues, Chair, I will leave the CFO to then speak to. Safe to say that, Chair, because of our expenditure on the infrastructure grant, our grant this financial year was increased, normally was 78 by 78 million. 78 million. Compared, now this is wrong, but compared to other provinces. So, Chair, we're still in the right direction. Thank you, Chair. Let me allow the CFO, Chair, to get into the other questions. Thank you, Chair.
CFO. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Special thanks to the HOD for the education. I also first to remind the honorable members that they are allowed to go and attend other forums and committees and sit there. because we find ourselves having to repeat what we presented in all other committees. That includes head portfolio, everything else. And also, the skill set, I'm looking at the nature of some of the questions, not all. The skill set can be defined by the honorable members to say what is it that you require as the management of the Department of Health, so that we can trust and believe that we are making an effort. But the HOD has taken everybody through every detail of what we are doing. So I'm not going to then repeat what has been presented and has been sent to other information, let's say monitoring bodies, as well as submitted to Treasury, because everyone has access to that information. On the issue of COVID-19, it's not that the critical staff has not been absorbed over the period. Critical staff members, then there's also admin who are not going to go and say we need to employ administrators. There was a moratorium, the MPC has mentioned, the HOD has reported and repeated. There was a moratorium on employing what we call non-critical, and those people are very useful because you're not going to get healthcare workers having to go and open files while they accuse. We are not going to be irresponsible and say we need money to employ people who are not needed in those facilities. Members are also allowed to go and visit different facilities. That does happen. On the issue of medical legal claims, there was a landmark case in the Eastern Cape. I'm sure members are aware of that. And there is a view that our budget is not sufficient. Remember, the uncertain matters such as litigation and legal claims are based on estimates. And the estimate is also arrived at once a certain scientific process and statistics are applied. Then you say, here is a figure. Yes, under the circumstances, there's what we are wishing for. And we're not going to say provision for 17 billion and excite the public. And then in that provision for 17 billion, we're going to take money legislation for compensation of employees. But members are allowed to make input, obviously, if they feel maybe from legal perspective or medical background, they think this will go differently. But we are making an effort to treat rather than to pay upfront, and we're also finding ways and means of moving quickly to revenue enhancement and collection. We have a lot of money due to us by, for example, some of the what you call debtors, the receivables. We're working hard to get that. We're working hard to make sure that all other insured patients get billed and end up paying. So we're in the process of implementing systems and procedures. Yes, it costs money, but it will come, and it will be irresponsible again of us to go and put the wishes in terms of revenue and say this is how much we're going to, but we are making an effort. And the policy of prudence in terms of accounting, budgeting, and financial reporting, what you're expecting as a revenue, you may put there, but don't try and overestimate. You need to be realistic based on history, and then when you make a bigger effort and there's a windfall, we will report. And then I need us to move on to, okay, the HOD has mentioned on the contracts for ambulances, we've move away from take or pay, and we're we have employed a more cost-effective and efficient method of utilizing ambulances. There was a mention of 1.5 billion. There was extra. There was in the financial year ending 31 March 2023 of the 7 billion. So that 1.5 billion is what was then applied in that financial period, and it ends this Friday. It does not have an impact on the budget cuts going into the future. And then there is Section 40 reports, there's annual financial statements, there's quarterly reports, all other statutory reports. Members are free to go in, engage, familiarize themselves with the content over and above the education that we've just received from the HOD. And then we're expecting to see improvements in the revenue collection. I don't know if there's anything that I left behind. And I think I still have to say the collection.
Colleagues, we have restricted the responses to our questions, and now we are giving the opportunity for follow-ups. Yes, mentioning see your hand on you. But I would want to advise honorable members that it is wise to focus on the questions that have got the implication on finances. Otherwise, we'll be seen to be treated into the work of the portfolio committee. As a result of that, we'll get responses like the one that came from That's why personally I will always be safe. I know when I come to the meeting, I know what is that I will ask. I will ask about the process of financial implication. That's my job as a member of the finance portfolio committee. Just to avoid problems. You were raising questions. I want to tell you, I'm going to tell these colleagues of ours that there are 10 resolutions that we are going to take on hand. If you will analyze each one of them, you will realize that it has got financial implication. That's the whole of the finance portfolio committee. So that we don't get mad. I think I would understood. Manchina.
Thanks, Chair. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have raised my hand because I think what I had raised was responded to. I don't sit in the head of the committee. I don't know if those members there, they tend to not know what is their function. I respect them very well. I mean, also just are sitting there, they're here. Now, therefore, I must question you. Yes, we now want to write. It's an assumption that we are uneducated, nothing about them. When the governors were just coming here to speak from our deep shooting in the dark, it's really not acceptable. In fact, we're even further to tell us that we must go to other committees because you can't repeat what was said in different committees. You continuously said that the HOD has been schooling us when he has been responding to us. He has not been schooling us. He has responded to issues that are being raised to him. And he's better placed because he is at a ground level interacting with this issue. We do oversight. We are not on Monday to Friday where we could give a comprehensive report on day-to-day work. But you've made a well-articulated response by the HOD. Well, I'm impressed, in fact, how the HOD has responded. But you are insinuating that he's pulling us because we are not nothing. And it's not the case. I always argue, if some of you have continuously had and all the time belief, which I have never got to see. I mean, the likes of KK have been there for years. But the narrative that at some point in Parliament or legislature, we having all people uneducated, lot of support. The chair here just told you that he wakes up at 1 a.m. in the morning. Now we have the decency to tell us that we just lunatics who know nothing about the field we're in. We could tell you our qualifications, by the way. We're not some people who know nothing about it. When we ask you about it, it's because you must account to us. If you must account to the Portfolio Committee of Health, account to SCOPA, account to finance, you will have to do that. It doesn't matter how many times you've repeated your response. We are elected to hold you accountable. We want services to our people. We're not here to pay service because we want to be celebrated and be seen wearing suits and sitting under this chair. No, we're elected because at the end of the day, you and us, we ought to change the lives of our people. And when that is not happening, we must question it. How you spend the money, we must question it to our satisfaction that indeed it go to where it should go. Where you are lacking, we must tell you that we believe here you are lacking. So we have to have that understanding between ourselves because it's a relationship that has to coexist. Not that we're not doctors, but it does mean that we don't know the medical processes, what happens in terms of the profession of the Department of Health, what is expected within the Department of Health. Therefore, we'll tell the Minister of Finance that he shouldn't allocate to budget to the Department of Health because he knows nothing about what's happening in the Department of Health. So I'm saying I'm questioning you in future. If they allow you in the Portfolio Committee of Health, and he's not here, you can't reduce us to some mere kids who know nothing, who came here to be schooled because they do not know what they're doing. We know what. Probably you've not been with our people. We've seen their cry. We've seen the challenges that is on the ground. And all of us as a collective, including ourselves, we have a responsibility to improve the material conditions that are currently existing on the ground. So in future, beware of your tone on how you respond to us and understand that we're not asking questions because we're bored. It's because as a collective, I'm emphasizing the way because it's not us and them. As a collective, we do our oversight work so that we can come and hold the executive accountable, so that we can then go back to our people and tell them, this is what is happening in terms of the service delivery. This is where the tax and the money that is directed to service delivery go. I thought I wanted to emphasize that, Chair, that in future, the CFO, not ever again shall he act as such a contingent.
Thank you, Chair. I was not educated at all today. I've been an attorney for 30 years. Let me educate you on the legal matters that you've got, medical legal claims. The main reason is two things. Firstly, doctors that work under severe pressure. We've seen it on the shortage of critical posts. If you work under pressure, you make mistakes. Secondly, you do not keep your records properly. We've been hearing for years that you will have a new system. It doesn't exist. But you come here and you blame attorneys to steal, but you've got no proof. If you had those proofs, you put it to court. The court will accept it. You look for excuses. The problem lies with you. You do not hold and keep records properly. That makes it easy to prove a claim. It's your own fault. It's not attorneys and advocates and judges and courts. Please be educated. Deal with that properly. Thank you.
Colleagues, you know, sometimes it helps to be a trade unionist. Yeah, because you always go above situations, you know, and then play down certain things and all the stuff. Personally, there's one thing that I know. There's only one person that is accountable in terms of the law. It's the accounting officer. That's why I said it in the presence of the MEC. that I cannot continue with the meeting if all these people are here, but the accounting officer is not here. Those who are legal in our approach. We follow the Public Finance Management Act. Then I've indicated that HOD and your team, we want to indicate to you that we are going to have about 10 resolutions that will be expected for the portfolio committee it's not portfolio committee. We're expected from the Department of Health to respond. And many of them are transversal. There's one bad thing that we do, especially what we are academics in our own rights. But we can research and all those things in terms of qualification. Whenever we come to hearings, we develop things that this time we are going to address this thing. That's why today we are no longer complaining about what we found in 2019. There are huge underspending of government budgets. It's because we took a conscious decision through planning on how do we deal with this thing of underspending in government departments. I'm just mentioning one of them and all the stuff. So many of the resolutions will be transversal in nature. The first one that will be transversal will be calling upon all government departments to spend their budget in full, following the law. We are going to come up with that one. We are happy that we have reached that end. If I can tell you how much underspending that I found in this legislature in the first term, you will not believe it. Government was not spending. We had to take conscious decisions and monitor in order to ensure that that is done. Why do we want government to spend the budget in full? It's because we want the systems delivered on the ground. That's what we're interested in. Abanye bethu, when you want to take motors on, I took motors on when I was on the ground doing service delivery in my parliamentary constituency. That's what it is. And people in the whole district knew this dynamic MPL of is coming on the Saturday. That's why they plan. With some and Jackie, coming with a lot of resources. I brought a lot of resources in that event and whatever. That's why the community is rising the way they are rising. We are going to turn the tide in that particular part of the world. No. Working with the people who voted for me. That's one thing that I wanted to raise as a transversal resolution. On spending of the budget and visible service delivery on the ground. The second one that is affecting the government as a whole is the filling of vacant posts. Why we're interested in that as the Finance Portfolio Committee is because we want government to develop capacity that will be able to deal with the issues of services to our own people and the spending of the budgets for the benefit of our people. And that's the second one. The third one that we are going to raise is what the members of the OTP have been. I was not interested in that part ourselves. There is an allocation that is entering the third year, which is OSS/DDM, 2 million rand. District champion. Why we are raising that particular thing, it has got financial implications and services on the ground. When we were scrutinizing its implementation, even up to the latest of last year, we discovered that by mid-term, you will find out the HOD that 2 million is not spent at all by a particular department. The majority of the department were below 50% benchmark by November 2020, which tells us that the Finance Portfolio Committee that that money that is allocated for such important intervention is used just to dump it. If you have not spent it by November, 6 months down the line, how can you spend it in the remaining 2 months of the year? When it is November, we're left with only 2 months of the year. I do not have a former public servant. You are going to the early holidays in December, except some of you personal that used to go as a teacher. Early. Then in January, I will return late. Then it means that you have got only 2 months of spending. But you find out that that 22 million is fully spent. Then it indicates to us that the Finance Portfolio Committee there is something problematic in terms of the spending of the 2 million. That's the we don't mind. We don't want you to be at the benchmark. I said at least at the benchmark. No, we don't mind if you spend it within a month, but not to dump it for the sake of spending. That's what we are raising that. And the third resolution, and it's transversal. The problem with government, innovation sense oversight of government, and no way to seven the plan I just control the community. The fourth area, which is stressing us a lot, is in relation to the spending of the conditional funds. When we'll be taking the report on the day we are going to begin, we are going to release the exact figures, how much in comparison with the previous year that we have lost. We reported the loss last year. We had quantified it. Quantify that will need the rocket science. It just indicates health had the 26 million of EPWP incentive grant, but now it's at 21. You will simply say 26 million minus 21. Then the 5 million is cast, then aside, and then indicate this is what we lost. We'll add them together of all the departments that qualify for EPWP. So we want that one to spend in full. There was a time when our spending picked up like hell. We took this resolution in 2014. Then we never had a problem of understanding of the EPWP conditional plan. But 3 years back, that monster revisited and started. So these are like transversal, so that all those who receive the EPWP grant, they don't over account for it. And then we have explained why we are interested. The fifth area of decision maker of resolution is around the question of the full utilization of a total of 19 point something billion rand of infrastructure. We did not raise it with you because we have improved in leaps and bounds in our own assessment. But spending in full allocation for infrastructure is important that it does 2 things in the way which we're interested in as a politician. One, it creates jobs and it keeps the economy. That's why I think these are the challenges that we're facing as a country. That's why more money is allocated in our profits around issues of infrastructure. Last year it was 18 billion. Now it increased by 1 billion more. So that's why we want. It will be transversal, that one as well. That will be the fifth resolution. The sixth one, we don't know whether you are still tied to public works to deliver infrastructure. I know you are going to be having issues with that thing called the public works. We have told them in the face last week that this thing called the public works Uba ngimakhuluma mina ngoseyunyana ngenzela ukufile lokho engikushilo. I told them my MEC was seated here and the HOD was saying, I said this thing called the public work is no more the implementing agent of choice. If it is, why so many departments complain like this and that? And we pointed out two mistakes that are done by public work. The slow delivery of infrastructure, which we don't understand why they do it. Because when you deliver it in the next financial year, the prices might have gone down, and then they are killing our government. We told them in the face without any fear of failure. And then the second reason we told them that we know that in some of the departments, you are lazy to issue out invoices. And then departments are waiting for invoices, and invoices are not forthcoming. Yet the projects have been finished and whatever. I laughed what the HOD did. He confessed to all those crimes. Confessed to all those crimes. We even went to an extent of telling them how back were they not having this thing. We told them it started during around this time when public works was no longer delivered. When you get those monies coming from the sister department, it's because we took a conscious decision as the Finance Portfolio Committee. We asked them, the department, she was chairing education. We said, but education, why are you married to Kuha and all these other things and whatever? When we've got an implementing agent of choice, give jobs to the work to this kind of matter. And they deliver the earlier on, but later on they collapse. If education takes away, so I will phone let the public once I believe, and then can you look for others? And you will be correct. But we told the public works, they know about that one. And we hope they are going to change. The 10 million plus 10 million, as per the previous directive, another controversial, another transversal resolution we are going to take. Because as we bold, what I'm doing in the presence of MEC, we are going to tap in the resolution that we are going to take. And in my dream, it's not coming. On about the time. The resolution, the tightness, and the Muslim. So you have to come. But I will feel that it must be tightened. No, it must be tightened. How many tightened I don't know. But it will come as a start because it binds the whole government. In health, we are going to come up with what the honorable members raised. Address with speed the processes that will prevent the depoliticization. You know, we know we've started this problem long time ago. So, they speed up the process. I even remember we set up the team that was organizing that. We visited the hospitals, we checked how filing was done in one day. We only discovered at that time that it was only this hospital that had a room for files. It was this and that had a room for files. But what we love most is what you have indicated. Lokubona nathi omkhulu. Uma ubona SFO wakhe to the budget. Bengiyibuka la mfethu awendaba yamaphela. Ayayisasiza. Bengiyibuka la the budget to SFO etholana. You know, he was going through that thing. I looked at him. You summarize the other pages and whatever. I went to 78, I went to 80 something, I went to 90 something. So go with speed. On that ICT, we really want this to see that one. We think it is going to assist. And I vouch and my budget will include it. Then another one that is affecting you, my leader, is the acceleration of the negotiations with the private sector around the question of the building of those 11 clinics that you committed. And you saw that when we say, I mean, no, I'm sure that they didn't there, they get it from the body man. Where's the work and clinical life? What I'm famous and successful, then a local gather to look and we would want it. It has got financial implication and health resource to our own people. Because we'll be bringing in finances from the private sector. Then the last one that we are going to take is the transversal resolution. Is around the question of accountability of revenue collection, where targets are not met. Sinama target, page. About in committee, 343 and whatever. It's invested a lot of money in the finance portfolio committee. A decision was taken in the finance portfolio committee in 2014, therefore, to set up a system in the department around the question of addressing the collection of patient fees. We even donated the so-called the acting director general of the treasury, accountant general, with treasure, Ogotayo advance allowed, and we find that we heavily we're paying not less than 140 per year. That's a plan to 3 years, but it went beyond 3 years because we felt that that thing was not. And anything I couldn't manage, and over nice man CFO, there was a decision which we took, which said those collections will beef up on her. Interest resolution. So there will be 10 resolutions, HOD and your team, that must be responded to. Whether we decide to invite your committee in November or not, I mean the department in November or not, but we would have responses. So the mechanism to account this along the move. Whether it's satisfied with your spending or not, our master said, "There's a hotel. Never was with the A cushion in just a 10 of the land. So Puna was raised near beach. See, understand your challenges. Now understand our own challenges. So that's what it will be all about. So with this, we hope that this is also we want to indicate to you some of the issues that you raised. We have packed them in writing. It's an advantage of the finance portfolio community that we interact with the National Treasury directly. That's the advantage we have. Wendy and her team, there will be no passing of the division of revenue act or bill without our input. As fully for that, it affects education, it affects ESD, it affects Zilinga. I want your 5.5 thousand posts that my MEC spoke about. We will engage them on that one. That's why I engage them ahead. Engage their team. Now, once we respond to that, recall this. And your commitment junior school ends down. It was this finance portfolio committee in October that reached an agreement with the National Treasury, which is of all. We're not arrogant to it. Sifuna nje sisebenzayo mfana ngithi ukuze wabone na ukuthi uzophuma khona ukuthola sibambile into zakhe iy'nkinga zakho zenye of the 5 billion minus 1.5 billion. We realize all those. So we'll find a mechanism of engaging in national treasury. Abajwayele ukungasithathi kahle. Bajwayele usithatha kahle. Hayi bajwayele. Simithane halfway where we can contest. So I think we have come to the end of this engagement with the summary of this resolution that you might be called upon to. But these are the ones that have been from me as we are engaging. There might be more. All these technocrats might identify others and then we get a conversation. Colleagues, I think the refreshments have come. Yeah. All of us, Maslow, are invited to the refreshments, including those who boycotted our breakfast in the morning. But I can understand as well, because I'm a leader of society. And others might be fasting. I understand as a leader of society. So others, if you say others not eating, and then you must understand it's a fasting period for some members of the society. Then I should have to do understand the content about it. Colleagues, I think we've come to the end of this meeting. We want to thank you, honorable members, for your patience. Yeah, you have been here. But I don't know why I don't feel tired this time. These things called hearings, they hire me alone. Afterwards, I must sleep for 3 days. Yeah, sleep for 3 days. But this time I'm fresh, very fresh. So that's what I want to do, honorable members. You have been active throughout. And also want to thank you, colleagues from the sister portfolio committee on health. I have seen that your chairperson was on virtual platform long time ago. Thank you very much, colleagues, and your chairperson for joining so that we can some follow-ups. Then HOD and the team, thank you very much for this fruitful interaction, and I hope that the department when we work together. And put the officials of the legislature, well done, Bafana Bami, very proud. Don't kids and our kids. You are part of that team. No, it's part of that team. No, it's part of that team. And then also want to thank the members of the public who might have connected because we are live. We're on YouTube. My daughter who is a finance manager in the whole of UK, shocked me when she told me last week that, hey, no, we could hear your interaction and I said, who is Solanjan? But no, you are on YouTube. Oh, I didn't know. Now I know. Which corner Balalela is a debate, and Panama 7 No, thank you very much. Thank you. Our refreshments are there provided for all of us. For all of us. So that they all avoid fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
You know what's
And this
Uy. Oh, vamos a. Well, what is that? Well, thank you, next.